Dear God. If it is finishing up breakfast, man. We gotta get into it, though. Make sure everything's centered. Oh, God. So the big thing today is the non-metallic metal. And maybe the chrome. Well, I mean, that's part of it, I guess. I spent a little bit of time last night getting the rest of the orange on the yellow for, like, the weird heat effect. What's up, Michelle? So I'm going to work here. Which means I got to move this. Yeah, we tried to finish at least one on like the metal side of things because we still have stuff to do maybe with the head, but we'll see. But today's gonna be kind of assembly line, so I'm gonna need my layer brush. We are going to be opening with burnt sienna. We got a lot to do. So much to do. Get a little recording in. How you doing though? You doing good? Because I gotta make sure to get glazing medium in this. I'm noticing in the areas where I forget about the glazing medium, the paint gets way too thick. So I already did the light gray on a lot of the joint areas. The stomach reinforcement and the elbow reinforcement. So that's out of the way, which is also good. The corned beef and cabbage I made ended up really, really well made, so super happy about that. And it is a boatload of food. There's kind of a little trick to what we're doing here. When you find spots where there's a little bit of that cobalt, you kind of have to let the cobalt show through, because that is sort of the shadow color. I'm realizing now I haven't had my morning sneezes, so at some point here I might have hit the mute button and sneezed like 20 times. Ugh. We're probably gonna have to do another batch as well of the light phthalo green, where the chrome blades are gonna be. Still feel like the main hope here is that as we go, we need to hit it less and less. lot of what we're doing can easily be just like slightly brushed on with a layer brush like we're doing right now. Because what's fun kind of about non-metallic metal, like you can do some pretty cool renders with it. You can get some pretty nice details in. Or you can sort of just like dry brush it on in a way, and it still works. You just gotta hit it from the side the light's coming from. As long as you keep quantities of pigment in the brush at certain levels, it just sort of works. There we go. Baseline bordering. Might need to do some re-skin tone stuff. I do want to get like some different ethnicities in here, kind of like how my Chaos Cultists were. Because right now everyone has the exact same skin color, and it's like jarring a little bit. They almost all look like the same person in a way, even with the slightly different hair. This is what I think it is. It's a song meant to sound epic, but they used a friggin' doorbell chime for its background. Such a weird concept. Part of me was debating picking up a bunch of pens. I thought it would be kind of interesting. Maybe this would be like a video down the road. There's these pens that are paint pens called Posca pens, but there's other brands and stuff you can get. There's even some paint pens where you can fill your own paint into it. Kind of make your own. And I always had this interesting idea because there was this whole movement around people being like, oh, if you want to do gold trim, buy a gold Sharpie. And it's like, oh, it's actually not a bad idea, but I feel like I could take it one further with like a Posca pen. Maybe grab like a couple different Posca pen colors and you could almost physically draw the texture and style you want on the surface. So like a non-metallic metal could be like 3 or 4 Posca pens, and you're basically just sketching the metallic colors. Could create a pretty interesting visual aesthetic. Because they do have very detailed small brush tips on some of those pens. I do need to try to throw together a hobby video though for the airbrush. Cause honestly, I don't know. Like the fact that they just kind of like gave it to me and were like, "Tell people about it. We don't really care how." And I was like, "All right." Again, hashtag ad. I was provided the product that we airbrushed all these people with. What's up, Adam? We are in the busy work stages. Prepping that non-metallic metal. Yeah, a lot of units to do it to, and I'm really hoping we'll get through it by the end of the day. Maybe even have time to get some correctives down. Maybe even do some altered skin toning. There's some fun glaze effects. Give the army a little bit more personality. Ugh, nose is runny though today. Feels weird. Prep their golden as hell pistols and bolt guns. As always, I love the process of getting these things to where they're supposed to go, but looking forward, it's one of those like, and then what situations. But I should probably, like I keep saying, heavily focus on video editing once this is over, so I can get some stuff out. I feel like I'm falling behind on that. Everyone doing good out there? Just getting some stuff done today. We're gonna have long hours. I still don't know people's schedules for like when's the best time to stream. I've had weird days though where like I've streamed kind of like later. We've had great streams. I feel like today I'm gonna be live for freaking 10 hours and get like 100 views. Cause it's Thursday. Who watches this stuff on Thursday? Thankfully, the burnt sienna works pretty well over top of the purples. It genuinely just pulls it to burnt sienna, which is really nice. Even with the glazing medium, which does technically lower the opacity a bit, it still just like repigments it. It's nice. Goes on smooth. Cool. It's just one of those chemical painting things that seeing it work out without much issue is pretty great. I do kind of like that I plan on bringing these guys in to potentially play a game on Saturday. And, like, if someone pops in and is just like, I'm looking for a kill team game. This is a pretty good Legionary squad. There's at least parts in it that make it good. Between the Tormentors and the Refractors, you can pretty easily throw together, like, a good chosen leader with the whip, or even an aspiring champion leader, you could call it. And then you've got your melee, you've got your ranged. You won't have heavy weapons, but you will have like Melta or Plasma. It's like not the worst. I mean, Legionary are already pretty strong. So to limit yourself down to mostly warriors with melee weapons is probably alright. Could do the underhanded knife as like a Shreve Talon. Plague Marines. Should do well. I mean, unless you're going into Legionary, because Legionary, they'll just send a Melt-A-Gun up the field, take out one of your guys. That's really the power of the Legionary right now, is the fact that so many people still lean into Astartes. Just because it's easy, there's less stuff. You don't have to worry as much. And if everyone's leaning into Astartes, then the Astartes with the Melt-A-Gun is the one that's going to do really well. So, Legionary do really well. And I imagine once the Legionary are gone, the Nightmare Clad are going to be just as good. I do think Plague Marines, if done right, into anything is really good. If you can put poison tokens on stuff early, you're in the clear, man. You can just play the Outlast game. Sadly, one of the best elite counters I know to that is the Hyrotech, since you revive without poison counters. It's like the only way to get rid of them. I wonder if they'll go further into things like poison counters in future, and even add, like, let's say they add an ability to the game. It's like a one action point thing where you can remove poison counters, but it takes an action point. So it's sort of like you're gonna take 1 damage, and then you have the choice between, you know, getting an action done and trying to, like, complete your task, or basically stunning yourself. In order to prevent future damage. Because there's a few people now that have those tokens, I think. Or at least a version of those tokens. It might be interesting to have some counterplay to debuffs. That's kind of cool. They show you who's going to be there. I guess that way you can start sort of game planning your meta and your approach to the different teams. Do they tell you the maps? Do they tell you kind of like what to expect out of that? Whether it's going to be that sort of tournament-defined terrain where they're using like third-party companies to make specific maps, which I think is kind of the common approach right now for tournaments, to not actually use the Games Workshop terrain and to instead look into those modular, almost arena-like setups. At least that's what I think the last tournament I watched was. Vulcus ITD. I could see that. Volcus is great. ITD is great. I do think we need to start trying Beta Decima again, though. I think the changes to it make it a little interesting. I honestly think the biggest fear people have with Beta Decima is their lack of knowledge of, like, climb and jump mechanics. Because we've never had to use them before. So few people have cared about climb and jump up until now that the moment the map came out that was like, hey, this is all climb and jump, we were just like, it was just pure stun lock at that point. No clue what to do. That's the issue, though. Like, I think Beta Decima brings balance to some teams. Like, that's kind of the problem. We talk a lot about how, oh, well, Astartes is dominating, but meanwhile, we're playing maps that the more agile, smaller teams are, like, on the same footing as them. So yeah, the meta and the final numbers are going to be kind of aligned with Astartes in a lot of ways. Although in some tournaments we are seeing some of the more Xenos teams stand up and be like, yo, I'm actually really good. If you know how to play me, you'll win. But there's something about it where it's like, yeah, it's kind of crap, but at the same time, like, maybe the Harlequin player would really like an easy victory. Because I imagine the average Vespid player, if they're actually doing the rules right, looks at ITD and is just like, why? What's the value here? What's the point? The entire premise of my team is taken away by the fact that I can't, like, fly through doors, so you can easily block me from rooms still. This song, it's like two songs layered on top of each other. I don't know. I still agree that Beta Decima was one of the better misses from last season, last iteration. Like, just taking away whole chunks of the map and being like, you have to fight up top. It felt so counterintuitive to what Kill Team was at the time. And it really felt like the people who designed it didn't know the rules of Kill Team. Because just the fact that they were like, oh, everything down here is obscured. And they thought that that was absolutely fine. It's like they completely forgot there were like 10 teams who had devastatingly powerful anti-obscure characters. And you'd be obscured, but you wouldn't be in cover, so like, just absolute counter to the whole map. Unrivalable. Good that Vulcus is doing well, though. I do like Vulcus's rules. It's like a blend between ITD and open. My thing is, I want maps with catwalks. Specifically back then, maps with catwalks was something I was really looking into wanting and hoping for. I played Phobos occasionally, and one of the things you do in Phobos is you take a bunch of Reavers with grapnel launchers. Because grapnel launchers are just passively good. But then they made it so that all you had to do is stand underneath a catwalk and you just Batman to the top of it. No, yeah, the typos are always a thing. I can only imagine rules writing at that scale and how just absolutely obnoxious it is to try to get it all done. Because you have to do it in like other languages, so like they have all the translators and things who need the rules with just enough time to be able to produce the foreign rule books. Which, when there's different nuances in writing and language, makes it just absolutely difficult to deal with. I know we've had people in here talk about how they have their rulebook in their language, and they keep having to ask people with the English rulebook what something actually means, because the translation, the direct translation, is just nonsensical. It's like, oh shit. And it's crazy because it's not unlike, in certain ways, like Pokemon, where you have to get the engine moving, right? With all the parts for when you're about to launch a new book. And the new rules. I mean, they do player tests. They just don't have a lot of player testers. Because they got rid of a lot of them, is my understanding. Which might have something to do with the leaks. Back when they had a ton of player testers, leaks were happening all the time. They still kind of are. it's no secret that some of the channels right now on YouTube who are being hosted by former playtesters get information early. It's like, yep. Which is such a dangerous thing. This recent Kill Team announcement, the new box set coming out, I feel like there's not as much hype around it as the last couple. And honestly, part of it might be because of the running rumor leading up to it that it was going to be Grey Knight. Like, I was pretty hyped for a Grey Knight box. But now it's just more Agents of the Imperium priests and stuff. Doesn't feel as good. What up, Not a Robot? Yes, you get to experience my dulcet monotone voice live while we Bob Ross style paint some non-metallic gold. Like, if the rumor actually was true and it was Grey Knights, I probably would have bought this box. My thing is I have so many teams right now. And I barely get to play all that often because I'm trying to get other stuff done in life. Now with Emperor's Children out for frickin' 40k, it's like, god damn it, dude. Too much going on. I want to take these guys to a tournament once I'm done them. It's kind of been like a dream of mine. The leaked rules look great. I really wish it was actually a Grey Knight team. Just something on it. Not just for the fact that it would give Grey Knights a new unit, which I think is something they've been looking for a while now. But the idea that it was going to be like Demons versus Grey Knights was so flavorful. The idea of it. And with all the focus on mobility right now between like the new kill teams, rattling uppy downy, the flight of the Vespid, the deep striking potential of the Aquilans, like everything felt quick. So when you add the odd teleportation concepts that might come from Demons and Grey Knights, it's like, oh, this is gonna be perfect. But now it's just priests. And it's just Ashes of Faith 2.0. We took the plasma cannons out of the Agents of the Imperium. We figured it'll be better. I do like the grab rule though. I love the grab rule for the Khorne cultists. I wonder how that's going to translate on the tabletop. If it's going to translate. It doesn't have to translate. That'd be cool, though, to have, like, cultists kind of floating near an objective, and if someone steps on it, they just run out and pull them off of it. Oh. Where did you post to sell stuff? Because as teams kind of fall out, There's a chance I might try to offload my teams that I just have sitting around. Because I really, probably the downside now for Kill Team is that if a team does fall out and maybe like a new rule set comes out and like the higher tech aren't part of it or whatever, I don't want to play Necron. I don't. I already have a slow-moving, high-damage output team. I'm fine with them. Don't need another. Facebook Kill Team sell and trade. Alright. Because, yeah, like, I've got Phobos. I love Phobos, but if Phobos go out, it's like, don't really want to play Space Marines. I do love the idea of Astral Tigers as a Space Marine color scheme, but I have zero interest in buying an entire Space Marine army just to do it. Even though they have the better dreadnoughts. Oh, I wish we had good Hellbrutes. Hellbrutes could just be cool. Just be actual weapons platforms. They're barely good melee. What the hell? Cartoon battle. Eh. kind of get it though, because as a thing, they have to keep moving forward, and it's one of those problems of it's getting big. It's definitely bigger, I think, in some ways than a lot of their other like formats. Like probably way bigger than Underworlds. But in its prior system, it felt like you could just buy one team and you'd be good for like 4 years. Like no issues. You could just play for years and years and years and wouldn't need to buy anything else. And a lot of the prospects of Games Workshop games is the repurchase or the further purchase. And if the game format they created is like, you just need to pay one thing one time and you're just good. I mean, that's not gonna last. But who knows? Maybe there's a decent crossover. I'm still an avid believer in the idea of sort of generating units that you like the look of in a similar aesthetic style as others, and then just waiting for rules to be like, oh, I could run these guys as Hunterclad. I could run these. Like, you just have those moments of like, oh yeah, this works. It's a little bit harder with some of the specialized teams that have a bunch of different base sizes, but at this point, if you own enough Astartes style units, you could probably run a team easily, regardless of if it's like Chaos or Imperial or anything. I could easily run a squad of AOD from Rubric Marines. Is basically what I'm saying. Like, they don't need to be AOD, they can just be Rubric Marines. My Legionary could run as Nemesis. I had to modify, I think, one unit to make my my Plague Marines into the new Plague Marines. That's what we're thinking that over here. Not a robot. So we've got the new codex coming up for Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights. I'm thinking these new teams are more about that than anything else. Potentially. I don't like that it's Khorne themed because it feels limited, but they do feel like Dark Admech. And I think that's what's going to be in this like new codex, because they're trying to give Imperial Knights fodder units. It's very clear from this season of the game that that's the thing that makes armies work, is units that can perform tasks, units that can stand on objectives with nothing else to do. And if an army takes enough of those, they might win. So that's what you do to fix Chaos Knights and frickin' Imperial Knights, is you just add a layer of fodder units into it. So there's a good chance Chaos Knights are going to get cultists. Maybe some Felgor. Maybe those new corn ones. What the hell is this song? I clearly selected rock or metal. I am not hearing either in this. Yeah, because that's kind of what knights are supposed to be. They're just like... because those are all like giant farming equipment things that were converted for war. It's like farmers getting into tractors and just trying to kill demons. The last of the refractors for the basic outlining stage. But if you look at the new like priest team, I mean that does feel kind of like Imperial fodder. That could easily be seen with Imperial Knights. So it sort of works. Again, the problem with the corn one is, I mean, I play like a Tzeentch Knight thing, so I can't really use the corn ones there and feel fine about it. I think it'll be telling if the box set for them comes with like a bunch of bits that make them not look like specifically corn. But I don't think that's going to happen. And that'll probably end up being a universal unit usable between World Eaters and then maybe Chaos Knights. Maybe. I just really want to see what they do with Chaos Knights. Because, like, it is one of my favorite factions to play. Just because it's, like, shut your brain off and go. You're basically playing Kill Team scale in terms of units at 40k level. Like, you're just hanging out, moving 10 units around a board. That's all you got to think about. It's so relaxing. It is quite possibly the most relaxing way to play a game. I really should have took my Chaos Knights to that friggin' 1200 point tournament that I went to. I was debating doing it. Could have brought a Desecrator. Maybe a Despoiler. ended lives. It's basically what everyone did. Everyone just packed in as much armor as they could. Meanwhile, I was just off to the side with my frickin' actual design for tournament play Thousand Suns list. Just getting chewed apart due to lack of terrain. Alright, last of the refractors. Basic brown. We got 2 5-man tormentors. Rough in their own way. If at some point the Chaos Knight Codex comes out and the Chaos Executioners are improved a little bit, specifically in terms of their hit rate, I think we start seeing a lot more Executioners as allies, if possible. I wonder how they're going to handle that going forward, if they're going to just remove the ally function. Allies are a weird thing, unless the Codex is designed to be an ally. Kind of like Agents of the Imperium, it gets weird. It makes it very difficult to balance the game when you know that at any point in time, like, if I want armor in this list, I could pull 3 War Dogs, and it's cheaper than what anything else I could possibly get is going to be, and it's going to move faster. It's going to have better survivability. Like, that's crazy to me in my Thousand Suns Codex that a Hellbrute is more expensive than a War Dog. Oh no, you lose your army passive on it though. 0 issues. It's not like my Hellbrute's casting spells. I wish it was. I absolutely wish it was. There's next to no difference between being like, let me go with a Brigand. me take this Hellbrute real quick. There was an alternative style head from the Etsy market shop that I was looking at that I might have gone for. It might have been a little better than these. I don't know. It was technically Sisters of Battle, but like demons. Like they looked like Sisters of Battle heads, but they all had like demon horns. Like the big twisting style goat horns. Seeing the stylistic choice that Games Workshop put into the Emperor's Children of having all those like satyr hooves on all their bodies. The horned heads probably could have been a good idea. I just wasn't sure at the time of purchasing whether or not that was going to be something useful. Kind of would have made them all look like Fulgrim a little bit. Must be careful with Banner. It is on extremely thin connection. Genuinely don't know why they thought this tiny little piece of plastic was going to be good enough for this, but whatever. Whatever. I'm okay with it. I'm not absolutely horrified while brushing this stuff on. What's up, Slotharius? Today might be a mildly boring day, but I really, really want to finish these guys out. genuinely want to go to the store on Saturday and just get a game in with them. Fully painted, fully good to go. I think it would be awesome. And then we can finally get back to making video content. About what? I am uncertain. Believe me, that's the consensus from a lot of the people I hear. I keep posting this stuff up on a bunch of different Discords. And people are like, man, I haven't even started building mine yet. Keep having to remind myself not to be like, why not, lazy bastard? I'm fortunate enough to not have too much in life that's tying me down, so it is understandable. It is definitely an undertaking. There's a lot of units. I just really want them done because I need that combat patrol on top of this. And then we're finally like finished for collecting. For at least a bit. They do look really good though. I was actually kind of worried about the fodder troopers, the refractors and the tormentors. They looked a little too legionary-like to me, and I don't know, legionaries are kind of boring. Then again, I am kind of spoiled coming from Kill Team where I did Death Guard and all that. So to see like how much love went into Nurgle-style models like the Death Guard versus just how basic and bland legionary are, it's like, oh man. I don't know if I'm going to need the T-Sun's patrol box. Like, conceptually, what are they going to put in it? I'm definitely going to want the Codex just because rules. I feel like the combat patrols don't always have the new unit in it, right? Like, they don't always have it. So if the Thousand Suns one comes out and it's like they have a new unit, hopefully a Psychic Automata, which I think is the rumor. Hopefully. I don't know if it's going to be in the combat patrol. Which means I just need to buy like 2 or 3 side units. Oh yeah. They're trying to move away from tanks in the box. So at the end of the day, the combat patrol is just going to be whatever it is. And hopefully it's cool enough that when I run it, I don't feel like garbage. Because man, 20 Zangors. And then a squad of Terminators, which, dude, people know how to pick that squad off at this point. Like, if you play a skilled enough player, your Terminators aren't going to do jack. The moment you use them, they're going to be immediately pounced upon and killed. Like, efficiently. Yeah, that's the idea, to my understanding. Honestly, I hope they just do, because, like, okay, let me double check their site. I feel like the Hellbrutes have been off their site for a while now in the US. Like, they just haven't been getting them in. I feel like they're working on a rework of the Hellbrute. And that it might be like a universal thing, right? Where you can buy it, it'll be good for Chaos Space Marines. Maybe it'll have some kind of noise thing for Emperor's Children, and then they'll drop a data card for it that you can just get online. It's just one of those weird things, man, where like every time I go on their site, it's like Hellbrute sold out. And it's been that way for like 2 years now. Which, considering how bad the Hellbrute is, I don't know why it would be sold out. I don't. I have no idea why it would be sold out. Let's see if it's back in stock now. Yep, okay, it's actually back. It just, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Something's off. The Hellbrute is one of the most conceptually garbage walkers right now due to the cost and the fact that it just doesn't really come with stuff you really want 90% of the time. Such a weird concept to get a model where it's like, hey, pick between one of like 20 weapons, right? And you look at all the weapons and you're like, geez, none of these are useful at this quantity. Like, let me get one las cannon on the Hellbrute. Let me tell you what I don't want to peek out to shoot a las cannon at anything. His purpose is to sit behind a wall, provide an aura, and maybe hold an objective. Maybe. And that is it. Dude, Chaos Bikers. 100%. Give me Doom Rider. Emperor's Children launch without Doom Rider feels weird. The only model I remember where when it dies, you have to like roll a dice back in the day. Because a lot of scoring was based on how much you killed from your opponent before the end of the game. And Doom Rider was able to go, oh, I'm off field, but you didn't actually kill me. So you don't get points for me. It was such a weird concept. That'd be wild to pull up to 10th edition scoring. Get an Assassinate card, kill Doom Rider. Doom Rider rolls a 2-up. Doesn't trigger Assassinate. No prisoners or anything. It's like it never happened. been thinking of what we're going to color the tassels on these guys. I think we'll do a teal, like a Sybarite to a Cabalite or something. Give them that Drakari nod. Drakari, Emperor's children if they were elves. So you think the starter box is going to be Space Marines v Chaos? Because I feel like it's always Space Marines, right? Like, they wouldn't go off reservation and do, like, Chaos v Eldari. There's a lot of interesting stories that could come from that kind of a thing. The idea that the Eldari have been seeing Chaos in the webway. Meaning that Chaos might have a way to get into their webway now. You've also got the Yanari storyline that needs to be resolved. Or at least pushed, not even resolved. You're never going to get a resolution for any of this. It probably won't happen like that. Just because you have to poster child whatever your starter box is, and poster children are the Space Marines. So you don't really want to do anything else. It would be financially a bad idea. Especially with running public interest due to the animated stuff. You'd hope Drakari would get a slight update. They just lost their Tanalai. I've been watching Eons of Battle and Miniac and their whole idea of let's paint an army and then fight each other. And Eons of Battle made his list with 2 Tanalai in it. He's like, this will be great. And then Tanalai went to Legends. Literally the same problem my friend has. He had 2 Tanalai boxes sitting on his project desk, and then they were like, bam, Legends. So they just lost a very flavorful chunk of their army. A flavor that, like, one of the world's best players who loves Drakari used all the time because he was so happy with them. He just loved the idea of them on the tabletop. They just took them away from him. No. No fun for you. Oh yeah, the Karanak. Because wasn't he in, like, the combat patrol or the boarding patrol or something? Like, he was in something new. Where they were like, yeah, this will be good. And then they're just, like, gone. Yeah. I keep wanting to message the guy from my local store who said he had a bunch of screamers for sale. Or probably had screamers that he could sell me. Because I'm really interested in getting them. But I also need this Emperor's Children Combat Patrol when it's finally released. I also need to pay to fix my car up for its 60k maintenance. Like, so much money going out soon. Not happy about it. Gotta tighten that budget up for the next, like, 5 months. We'll have to see what happens with the Thousand Suns Codex to see if I even want the Screamers anymore anyway. So it's probably a fine idea not to do it. Although they did say the Chaos Demons are kind of like a live codex. It's weird to think that Chaos Demons are like the free faction now. If you want to play and you don't want to buy a codex, you basically just go Chaos Demons. Which, I mean, that's going to be risky because at any point they could be like, and we're not doing anything with them anymore. Like, next friggin' rulebook, they just don't do Chaos Demons. Man, I've run that Tzeentch detachment, the Grotmus Tzeentch detachment, a few times now. I love it. I love it so much. The oddity of it, the rerolls, the tokens. It's so fun. Just the idea that they might get rid of it. Ugh. When we get to the non-metallic metal part, there's sort of a technique I've been looking at all last night that we're going to try to use to hopefully speed up some of this process. And in my favorite fashion of it, it is a bit Bob Rossian, because it's applying specific colors at specific times and specific layers from specific angles, and then it creates the illusion of what you're aiming for. Because my last attempt with the Noise Marine over there was to actually apply the color in specific spots that I was thinking would work. I don't know, it's okay. Something does feel a little off about it. is the thing I was looking at last night should speed the process up while also maintaining the visual aesthetic you're looking for. And that's kind of the key here. Flatting of the brown, though, is probably one of the most important steps. Because everything after this point is sort of dry brushy. We're going to be like flicking paint into areas to make it feel like gold. There's something about working like this, because like I'm focusing so hard on just the one thing in my hands that like all the other stuff kind of falls away. And it's like, oh, cool, once we get this done, that's basically it, right? And then you put it down and you look over and you're like, oh shit, there's like 20 more. Psychic Automata for Thousand Suns. That would be ideal. I'm also hoping they rework the Cabal points. I think Cabal points just kind of ruin that army, honestly. I get their value and the idea of going for a ritual style thing as a flavor. But forcing an army to just take so many different champions... Ugh. Genuinely ruins the flexibility of it, especially with how some of those champions work. Like, the notion of wanting to go with as many Exalted on Disc style units just because it doesn't require a squad. It is kind of durable and survivable all on its own. But it's still just one unit with 6 wounds that could easily get mortared off the table if you do not have transport to throw it in. I don't know, it feels weird. I feel like that army needs to be a little more lone op-y than you would expect. Like how most armies that have that elite level unit type setup, where it's... the defensive option for them is usually like some kind of toughness, or maybe a feel no pain. Tzeentch having like a 5+ invuln as their version of like, how do I survive this? It's kind of gross. It's a 4 on the Exalteds, which is nice, but like that's still a 50-50 and all you need to do is get hit with 6 damage and you're dead. If there was just more of a layer of lone opping to the army, I think it would be way better. Even if it was bad lone opping. Like, I know the sorcerer, you have to put it in a squad and he'll get 18-inch lone op, and that's cool. It's also kind of expensive as hell. All for 1 Cabal point. Technically 2, I guess, because the squad gives 1. I'm gonna set him down like he was done. Didn't even touch this symbol on his back. Two more Tormentors after this. I'm still torn on whether I want two full-size squads of Tormentors after the Combat Patrol, or if I want the two smalls and one large. This is why I want to get some test runs in. I feel like I might as well just go two large. And that has more to do with kind of the general meta of the larger scale game, having units that could probably wipe out the two small squads Tormentors from across the field without issue. Like, barely needing to be able to see them. And if I lose these units too early, that's my mechanics units dead. And at MSU scale, they're not really a threat. So you can easily kind of approach them. I mean, they might be able to wipe out the squad lead of whoever's coming up on them if they choose to do so, just because of the whole precision thing they're rocking. I just don't feel like it's enough of a threat to play keep away with some people. I feel like the average person would see that and be like, I don't care. I'm gonna throw grenades into your Tormentor squad and take them out. Whereas, yeah, full-size Tormentor squad is pretty much like, hey, you gotta come get me. You can spend an entire 3 rounds shooting artillery at me, only to clear me off a point that's now sticky. meta struggles. I should probably just do the 2 full-sized. Down the road, maybe pick up another squad. Because then it becomes kind of like how my rubrics are set up, where I have the 6 full-size squads. So at any point, I can just be like, oh, let me MSU 1 squad or something. So big weaknesses I think the Emperor's Children have that we're going to need to overcome. We don't have a lot of fodder and chaff units. I think the only ones we really have are the Chaos Spawn, which Chaos Spawn are really good fodder, in my opinion. They're super cheap and they're kind of durable. The fact that they're OC1 in Emperor's Children, despite the Chaos Space Marine version having OC0, is maybe a good sign for the other factions. Maybe my my trick with the Thousand Suns Chaos Spawn will still be a thing. Could be pretty good. Yeah, we don't have fodder. We don't have the large-scale units we can use to screen areas. I feel like Tormentors having sticky is great, but also kind of a key weakness. Because it gives your opponent a specific thing they can target to drastically reduce your power output. Because if my Tormentors die, like, and I don't have too many points sticky, I have to sit on points, which is why I'm hoping my 2 Rhinos will be able to sort of circumvent a lot of the power loss. Does mean that even though we are a quick army, we are kind of susceptible to uppy-downy, deep strike heavy teams. I mean, I'm pretty much going to have to leave my back line behind almost immediately. There's probably ways to play defensively, because you do get advance and charge, which means you can sort of have a big enough threat range that enemies can't get super close. The trick is, if they do get super close, it's just as good as luring, right? Like, it's what they're doing at that point. Try to get me away from things that they would rather hold themselves. And if I can't deal with what they send my way in a timely enough fashion, I'm going to lose too many of my backline objectives. Like, defend stronghold is a thing. So there is going to have to be a unit sitting on the back. I just don't know what it is. In my head, maybe that backline unit is Tormentors, and the goal is to keep them hopefully within 9 inches of the table edge, although I feel like if I look at a bunch of the deployment maps for tournament play, I don't know how many times your home objective is within 9. I mean, it might be, but you have to kind of like super position yourself. You would get the sticky, and then in one turn you would need to move, maybe even advance, to get into position with 9 away from the edge. And then you just hold until you don't need to hold anymore. Then uppy downy yourself. The problem is I gotta get over the idea in my head that that's a waste. Just have a unit sitting there doing nothing for how much it costs. It's like 160, I want to say. It's 160 points that's just gonna be sitting still on a back line for like 3 turns. Do so at your own peril, broshi. That's fine. Lurk away. Oh, one more Tormentor after this, and then we hit the actual problem. Noise Marines look great, but holy god, their details. It makes me super happy that I'm not trying to do like the entire model, right? This approach being like the upper half, or even the upper third, being what I focus on for rendering is very beneficial to my sanity. I would lose my shit trying to do the legs and everything in non-metallic gold. fully understand why most of the times I see people do non-metallic gold. It's on units where the entirety of the unit is basically gold. Like, you kind of want to do this large scale. Like, you don't want to do this on edge highlighting. You don't want to do this with trim. It's a little too obnoxious. Supposedly with the drop of Emperor's Children, Demon Prince boxes are pretty up there in terms of being sought after. Because, yeah, Demon Princes are really good in Emperor's Children. I don't think there's anyone doubting that. Even the on-foot Demon Prince people look at and they're like, it's not the best, but it's really, really good. But friggin' the winged one's damage output and survivability, oh. Give me more. The thing is, I already have 2 Demon Princes for my 1,000 Suns, and if I was gonna do 2 more, I want them to look unique. I don't want them to look just like the Demon Princes from that box, because it's the same pose is the issue. Kind of have an issue with that pose. It's just a little too basic. The only pose difference you really get is being able to adjust the direction the head is looking. And that's kind of it. There's no other value in that frickin' box for visualization. Outside of, like, you know, the Pantheon cosmetics. But still, it's that same arms out to the side look. It basically looks like the new Fulgrim. The frickin' Screamer Killer pose. They just made him a little agile looking. Let me take a look. I think I know who you're talking about. How big is he? Jesus. Like, this is one of those problems where I've seen things like, I want Chaos Spawn in this army. I don't want them to be the Mr. Potato Head Chaos Spawn. So when I went to the local store and I saw Slangors, I was like, oh, geez, these are perfect. Until I found out that they were 40s instead of 50s. So they're not the right size. This guy looks baller. But what's his spec? What's up, Francois? He is on a 60. Armies of Chaos. So he's on a 60. Yeah, Chaos Demons. Sold out. They're also on a 60. I think the profile is going to be a little too different. Maybe? No, yeah, the shoulders are like way wider. I mean, he's great looking. He'd make for a fantastic Demon Prince stand-in. Yeah, he's a bit too small. It could be argued that you're modeling for advantage by using him, at which point you would need a regular Demon Prince on hand anyway. Oh, nice. Just a regular Phantom? This is the different one, right? This is a different version from the one you're actually using? The other one you were building the other day and painting? If he was a little wider, it would work. My thing is Daughters of Cain. If there was something in Daughters of Cain that was the right size, I think that would be awesome. What's Crethusa? Oh my god, this thing. I completely forgot about it. Marathi. Marathi's on an oval, though. Or is it? Marathi's on an 100. Marathi's frickin' Fulgrim sized. You could probably use Marathi as Fulgrim. Fem Fulgrim. What's this thing? Crethusa. Crethusa's on a 50. Crethusa. I mean, I'm not gonna buy 4 of these, so I have really cool looking Chaos Spawn. Rathy's nice. Femrathy. Alright, let's get back to it. Can't get too distracted today. I got a lot of work ahead of us. Honestly, with my plan of the all-female punk rock band, I probably should have just bought Marathi as my Fulgrim stand-in. Would have worked so much better. I kind of like this detail on the Noise Marine, the little whammy bar that they have at the bottom. Noise Marine whammy bar. So perfect. Switch mental gears here. Fix this thing up. Vorax Battle Automata. Let me take a look once I get this yellow line down. We spent all that time the other day just trying to verify that we had no more pipes to color. Only to, ta-da, have more pipes to color. It always happens. Every single time I start painting like this, I always miss at least one detail. Vorax Battle Automata. Now, there's something... Ooh. That's actually not bad. That almost looks Drakari. And now I'm looking at them painted. It's a little too clean. Like, it's still a little Admech-y. Like I said, my original idea was Slangor. The big reason I was originally looking at Slangor is it had the same benefit as Ogroids, which I use for my Thousand Suns, in that you get a box of 3 for the same price about as a box of 2 Chaos Spawn, which means it's basically buy 2 get 1 free, which is really nice. Problem is, I don't really like the idea of Ogroid Chaos Spawn for this army specifically. It worked for Thousand Suns just because of the whole Zangor thing. But over here, I don't know. I feel like if I did it, I'd have to paint them flesh tone. Like, it would be a bit weird. Oh, actually, now that I'm remembering, one of these units back here had the semi-fixed up face that I need to work a little more on. It's like the whole one side of there. Oh, here it is. I feel like maybe if there's like a paint engine or something I could work with. Like, it might end up being a Drakari model, but I don't know if it's going to be cheaper, honestly, because it might end up just being like a Kronos. I don't know about Paragon. Didn't they have penitent engines where it's like a person strapped into the front of it? And it's like causing them great pain? while simultaneously allowing them to fight. It was like their torture for being heretical. Jesus, I missed a couple spots on this. I don't know, I feel like something Skaven might be a bit better. Just because at large scale, Skaven look like people stapled together. What the deuce is this song? Is that it? Oh my god, that was it. Nah, that used to just be cornflakes, right? More cornflakes. Not need anywhere near that much orange. Maybe homunculi, right? Or whatever. What are those big ones? I don't know. Like, if I'm leaning into Drakari stuff as stand-ins for Slaanesh, Emperor's Children stuff, it just doesn't feel right. Ooh, maybe we look at maybe we look into some Necromunda stuff. Necromunda's been good to me occasionally. My Desert Cultists for my Vashdor and my Thousand Sons. It would be whatever the house is that's like punk rock chicks, right? Because they have Goliath versions of themselves. And they're all just like roided up women. Which I think fits the schematic for this. Yeah, Escher. Let me take a look. House Escher. Ooh. I'm gonna hold on to those. I don't think they're gonna work, but I'm gonna hold on to those. What the hell? It's called the Chimerix. This would be cool as hell. It is expensive, but it would be cool. Hang on. Make sure. Okay. Imagine 2 of these as Chaos Spawn. Like, this, I would want 4 total of. That's a bit expensive. But this feels like, yes. It doesn't tell you their base size, though. That is no bueno. Is this one solid piece? Oh, 40 mil. No, the curse of 40 mil. It does sit over the edge of the 40 mil, so it might not be so bad, but that sucks. That's the same problem I had with the Slangors. Pardon me, I'm quickly scrolling through. Nah, there really feels like there is fuck all that I can use. Which sucks. I love Necromunda models for like this random stuff. Ooh. Oh, I mean, that's still expensive as hell. Oh, those would be perfect if they were larger. Oh, actually, let me take a look. Skaven. Nothing's standing out. But like, again, if this was cheaper or maybe better placed, this would be so good. I mean, granted, he's probably on a 32, if we're being real. Yeah. It's just a 32. If this could be scaled up to 50. Oh, that'd be so good. Oh, well. Maybe we'll get a refresh for the Chaos Spawn. I doubt it. That's what I'm saying. The Slangors were in the Hedonites line, and the Slangors look good, but they're on 40s. Not on 50s, which is what you need for Chaos Spawn, which means they're personally too small. Like, the model is just not big enough. No, you can up-base them. I'm talking more their profile. The reason that the Ogroids work really well is because if you put an Ogroid next to a Chaos Spawn, they're basically the same exact size. Whereas if a Slangor is like half the size, then even if you toss them on a bigger base, it like doesn't matter. Like, I would need the original STL of them and then just make it bigger. If I use Slangors, it would feel like I'm modeling for advantage, trying to keep them out of people's line of sight. And it's basically I think it's $120 for those, and I'd have all 3 squads of Chaos Spawn. Which would be the ideal. Yeah, Slangors on their 40s, they're like smaller than the 40, so they're probably only slightly larger than this. Because this is a 40. Whereas like the Ogroid I have is like that tall, this wide. These get the little volume knob for when they want to go wide or short band. There's like those big twisting tree things. Take a look at them. Regardless of what we find, they're gonna go in the kind of like down the road pile. Again, I got 60K car maintenance I gotta pay for. Friggin' tax filing. I actually gotta pay taxes this year. Super annoying. I got to pay more than I did just because of some of the money I made on YouTube. It's like a little extra. Kurnoth Hunters. Not the worst. How much are they? Yeah, it's about the same concept. 3 in a box. I mean, they're a bit narrow, but it's not bad. Kind of paint them up to look like weird ashen energy creatures. Cottage industry? No. Whatever the F that be. Nah, it's royalties. Since technically everything you make is built on advertising royalties. Which supposedly is like a lower amount of tax, but you still kind of get screwed. That sounds like a UK thing. I'm not in the UK. I'm in the US, where everything's taxable. Money, 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 money. The trick is YouTube files a W-2, I guess, for it. Not a W-2, a 1099. And I think the US has been cracking down on cottage industries, I guess, because if you make most of your money for that, for what you're doing through like PayPal, PayPal now reports like what you're making. And I know a lot of like small home businesses kind of relied on that for transactions and whatnot. But now if it reports it, you gotta pay taxes on it. I don't really know if you can write that off all that much. What up, Max? I don't know if I'm going to be able to make Friday night game night because I got to get my sister to the airport the next day at like 5 in the morning. So I don't know what we were planning on doing. Since I haven't heard anything. What up, Booney? Maybe. That's always the issue, though, because it always sounds good at first when you think about that, but then you do actually file it like that, and then you get, like, shreked by an audit. And it's like, god damn it, dude. Just out of nowhere. Damn, he getting the mandatory overtime. From a company that will probably be just as cool, letting him go randomly. Zero respect. Hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully you don't get sick again, dude. It feels like you're sick like every other week. Anything worthwhile happening in Monster Hunter? I'm guessing no, since I haven't had to install an update yet. I've seen parts of the rules. The Goremongers do look cool. They do look like they have an interesting mechanic. It's not like a completely imbalanced broken mechanic, which is important. Because a lot of how it works is based on what your opponent can do with its armor saves to counter it. So there's probably going to be straight up decent counters to it. But like low armor, low-ish health units will probably suffer greatly against that team, as they should. The things I've seen for the other team, though, the frickin' Priestly team, kind of weird. Like, I'm guessing there's rules that help it, but the Cherub has like a 3 attack weapon hitting on 5s with shock. I'm guessing he's just like an aura. Like, he doesn't seem mathematically good for much outside of possibly getting a AP reduction on an enemy. Yeah, the Kurnoth look like they could probably be decent for Chaos Spawn replacements. There's definitely something in my mind. The thing is, since I've already run the numbers, once I get the combat patrol, I have a 2,000 point army with, like, I think a little extra. I think I have to leave one leader at home. So I'm not necessarily pressed for it. It would be a good idea just because they are the most cheap mechanics units you could possibly get. Which is ideal. Especially with an army like Emperor's Children, where almost everything you have that is straight up like a marine, it's going to need to be used for something. Usually in reference to, like, bringing down enemies. I feel like you can't get around that. Wasting too much time with actionable side missions with units that need to be killing things is not good. Because, like, my list, the weakness in my list right now is if you kill my rhinos, I'm pretty screwed. Because I'm going to draw a card that's like, hey, sit in middle and perform an action. And I'm going to be like, no. If I do that, I lose my unit. And everything topples out of control. I have to kill the things near it. I don't have them, and they're like sold out in every store I go to. That, and you'd have to go the Menagerie in order to do it. I don't think you can ally Demon's Exterior in the normal fashion, or can you? The Menagerie does like 1,000 points. I'm guessing, because they don't have any information in the Codex, I think, about it being 500 for everyone else, except the Menagerie. Do they want you to only use the Index? For just basic? I gotta look at that again. Because that was something that was like, huh, how does this work? We are 8 away from having all the NMM gold flatted. Stand up and stretch. Oh my god, my back. Oh. So the Menagerie does, I think, 1,000 points of demons instead of the usual 500. Or the Carnival. Yeah, Carnival's 1,000. Thrill Seekers. Is there anything in here about Legion of Excess being applied to anything for, like, less? This is for story mode, crusades, battle traits, badges. Back here. I'm guessing they want you to use index. Hang on. When mustering an army, chosen detachment enables you to upgrade characters using enhancements listed in core rules. Stratagems. Find several. If you are playing Crusade, blah blah blah. So they're a different detachment is the problem. Faction keyword is Emperor's Children. You take a leader, make it Emperors, and it's like, there you go, you're fine. But then when you scroll to the demons are Legion of Excess. The Carnival explicitly tells you you can take Legion of Excess to a certain value, which is 1,000. Everything else in this codex says nothing about Legion of Excess being attached. So I don't think you can take demons outside of maybe the index, unless the index changed its wording. So let me check the index cards. Oh no, it is different. Well, I think it's the same, but it is different. If every model in your army has chaos keyword, you can include Legion Demonica in your army even if they do not have the faction keyword. Okay, so it's not the worst, though. They might need to fully change this. So they haven't changed it. Well, that's the thing. I can't find the demons from AOS either. Like, that's the problem. So as it stands right now, if your warlord is Lucius the Eternal, now in the current index situation, if Lucius is your leader, that makes you an Emperor's Children technically. But the codex is out, so it's like a different thing. I imagine once the codex goes live in the app, they might adjust this for Chaos Demons. At which point they might say, if you are Emperor's Children, you can take Slaanesh. Maybe. Either that or they're going to pull it completely out. If they pull it completely out, then I don't have access to demons unless I go Carnival. If I go Carnival, we're fine. And Carnival's not half bad. Carnival has a very similar mechanics function to how the new Custodes Sisters of Silence combo works, where having demons relatively close to where you want them to be gives a lot of benefits to both sides. So it's not bad. It's just I'm playing either Mercurial or Chosen. Because that's kind of a little closer to the units that I'm using. I'm leaning more towards Mercurial because of the uppy-downy aspects. Versus Chosen, which is all just like rerolls. And +1s to wounds and stuff. Carnival does look good. It makes me interested in what might happen for the Thousand Suns, because I do have a ton of Thousand Suns demons, and I really, really, really this time around wanted to run demons alongside my Thousand Suns. And if they give you a detachment like that, hopefully that leads into other things like the Cabal function not being as big of a deal, or maybe demons enhance the Cabal by being like, oh, if a demon's nearby as a unit giving you Cabal points, you get like bonus or something. Get like 2 more extra if it's Kairos. Just like something weird that really helps out. Because right now it's like, oh, you have demons. It's like, yeah, what do I get? You get demons. Okay. Alright. I see where this is going. Yeah, Carnival doesn't look half bad. I am leaning into the idea, though, that top tier for Emperor's Children is going to be the transports. That transport list is going to be way too good. Double uppy downy. It's a detachment focused on the most goated unit in like all Astartes armies, the Rhino. Still to this day, I watch tournaments on Wargames Live where people will win or lose based on whether or not their Rhino's in a good position. That is insane to me. If he can just perform this action, he'll get enough points to take home the victory. Oh good, I have a Rhino. Did they? I thought they changed it, but there was still something wrong with it where you could put like a Corvus Blackstar inside of it. That does suck. Honestly, in a single game, I'm probably going to put in so much effort trying to make sure my Rhinos stay alive. Like, I'll sacrifice the squad inside if it means my Rhino lives. There's that one guy playing World Leaders who was doing really well with all Terminators, because they're technically fast Terminators. Which is horrifying in so many ways.
But yeah, maybe World Eaters launch gives you guys the butchers, the red butchers. Ooh. I feel like that's on the fans' most wanted list. Friggin' red butcher Terminators. So they can be a lot closer to how Death Guard are with like their 4 different Terminator options. Which flavor of Terminator do you wish for? No, yeah. I almost have full 1,000 Sun Termies. I want to run a 1,000 Sun Termy list. I feel like if they do a Termy-focused detachment, it can't be like Hex Wraith, right? Like, the Hex Warband is good-ish for Terminators, but it's not really focused on them in a way that's useful. It's more about getting, I think, like 2 Rubric Marine squads that can deep strike, and that's about it. Maybe 1. But if you had a detachment that had a command point function to uppy downy like 1 or 2 squads of Terminators for some benefit, like if you could spend Cabal points when you use the command ploy to uppy downy 2 units, or something like that, and it worked for Terminators, I think that's where it is. Because being able to do that with Terminators is brutal. I'm 5 away from having a full 30. Part of me keeps checking Amazon, because Amazon sellers occasionally try to sell off the Combat Patrol for hyper cheap, because no one wants it. So once in a while, I could get 20 Zangors and 5 Terminators for 60 bucks. Kind of hoping that loops back around once more. I mean, we have all the movement tricks in the video game. Please. Please. Just bring it to us. That is one of their core tricks. At least one of the core tricks they used at the top of 10th. Full-size Terminator squad, you give it the temporal gem that lets them uppy downy 1 time. Put them on the field at the top of the game. And then all of a sudden your enemy's dealing with friggin' 10 Terminators right in their face. Make some judgment calls. Task that used to be difficult, but now seems pretty easy for many. It's kind of weird. I feel like the 40k meta is primarily explained by FAFO. Right? Like, some people start playing a certain way in the meta, and then someone kind of shows up and is like, I'm gonna do this. And it's counter meta. And that's like the FA moment, right? They're disrupting the meta, they're doing something that explicitly works against the meta, but like doesn't really work against much else. And then people start showing up with the FO prospect of having a list that's like, oh, you're doing that? Alright. Let me hit you with the thing that easily kills you. It's just this awkward back and forth. Which is kind of fun. Yeah. Like puppy jail started to become a thing, and then people started teching into how to like mass murder puppy jail within a turn. The current FA, I think, is Yanari, right? I'm not going to have units at the end of the game, but I'm going to have an 100-point score, and you're not going to have enough points to beat me. Like, that's the Yanari build, apparently, that everyone's going for. I can score, I can't survive, I can barely kill, but I can score. One of our local Aldari players, who's like big into them, picked up a game recently. He doesn't play often, and he's a little annoyed at how the balance feels for like what he was hoping the game would be. But I remember in the top of the turn, he got kind of shellacked. He made like a misplay and got caught out and killed for it. And he was like, well, that's game, but I guess we'll play it out and see where it goes. And then by the end of the game, he lost by like 2 points. He was like, oh, jeez. I did not realize how easy it is to score with these people. Are Ludas still crazy? I know there was the old Luda trick. Because they could Overwatch stuff. Right? Like it was them that would Overwatch things, or was it Flash Gets? It might have been Flash Gets. Because they'd get like 40 shots, and they had something like sustain 3 with their leader. So you would just, anything moved, you would pick one and like flash get it to death. Yeah. So melty. Well, that's the thing. I keep getting hit. One of the local Necron players who's like pretty seriously competitive. Not like an asshole competitive, but like he loves the competitive scene and he's always taking part in like pretty big games. He's running a brick of Immortals with a specific leader. And it's like sustain 2 or something. They get a pretty high up sustain ability. And they get a baseline of like 4 shots each or some crap. So he has a full brick of them in the uppy downy list. So he just appears next to you and wipes you out with straight up like 32 to 45 shots. So brutal, man. He's recently introduced the store to the idea of trying to have X amount of dice. Like, I actually rack my dice in 4 stacks of 10 so that I can quickly and easily get to the amounts that I need based on my rolls. And he has specifically X amount of dice with specific like extra dice with just a little bit of a difference to them. Simply for like, alright, I'm shooting with my Immortals, and he picks up the whole brick that he has, rolls it, and then he has like different amounts of 5s next to that for the amount of sustain that he's most likely going to go over in terms of shooting, statistically. The pre-organizer, yeah. That could be really good. That's helping me a bit with a few of my armies. I do lose so much time when I'm playing a game and trying to count dice rolls based on what I'm attacking with. Like when I play my knights and I gotta roll the 18 dice for the Gatling gun. Ugh. So much easier. Just have stacks of like 10s or 5s or something. Jesus, it's already 2 o'clock. We've just been streaming flatting for 3 hours and 27 minutes. Ah! God damn it. Yeah, I don't know if I get this done till tomorrow, honestly. I mean, we're gonna go long today, I think, but I do need to get food in me at some point here so I don't starve out while doing this. It's all in my fridge, I just gotta warm it up. They'd have to be the great squigs, right? Like the really big ones? The other ones are just too small. I mean, I still kind of want it to feel demonic without, like, a lot of effort. Controls are nice and big and squishy, but, like, I don't know. I definitely think the tree people idea is a good one. Because that can just feel like weird things of energy walking across the field. If you paint them right. Probably don't need to fix them up too much. Make sure we got everything, because I might go get some food real quick. The zoom not like good? Let's do that. There we go. Alright, let me microwave something. What's the... Oh, Realms of Battle. Are those the big boards? Let me be right back. I'm hungry. So hungry. I am back. Oh, corned beef and cabbage. 10 hours in the slow cooker. Oh. Brisket straight melts in your mouth. Let's go. Oh my god, it's so good. What the hell?
Yet beating steady, steady and strong. Greed fucked up our souls and wearied our bones.
Instruments only set as my option.
Can you see it now? Where do we all collide? Can you see it now? Why do we all divide?
No. So, the process for this was you throw the onion and the corned beef in, and you start it up for 10 hours. After 3 hours pass, you throw the potatoes and carrots in. And then in the last, I want to say, hour or two, you take one cabbage, cut it into a bunch of wedges, toss it in. I had to pull the corned beef out for that because I didn't have room for the cabbage anymore.
See it now? Where do we all collide? Can you see it now?
Oh, even the cabbage is like so soft.
When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference take our mind? When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference take our mind? When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference take our mind? When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference take our mind? The race just seems to be now taking its toll on me now. A race that seems to be now taking its toll on me now. A race that seems to be now taking its toll on me now. A race that seems to be now taking its toll on me now. When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference taint our mind? When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference taint our mind? When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference taint our mind? When did magnificence leave our side? When did indifference taint our mind?
Good lunch.
You see it now? Where do we all collide? Can you see it now? Why do we all...
Problem is I don't have a sharp enough knife. If I had a really sharp knife, it would have been good. Because the corned beef, when I pulled it out, I tried to use like my regular knives that I have, which are pseudo-serrated. So after 10 hours of being in a slow cooker, I'd pull across for a single cut, and it would immediately like fall apart. Ooh, first time in a long time I've got a scam call. Back at it. Yeah, 5 more to go for the Sierra, the burnt sienna flats, and then we're good. Burnt Sierra? Yeah. No, burnt sienna. I was right. I was thinking of Sierra games. That friggin' corned beef and cabbage, so good. It's in my brain now. A lot of anime seasons are ending. Hopefully we get some good stuff. Next season arc. I feel like there's nothing to watch. It's all been so bland. Sucks because I always have it on when I'm trying to power through busy work. And if there's freaking nothing to watch, all I'm doing is just doing busy work with nothing else going on. Such a weird feeling. So tracing back time, I came into 40K when there was Chaos Space Marines, of course Space Marines, Imperial Guard, Eldari, Orcs, Drakari, Tyranids. Trying to think if there was something I'm missing. I don't think AdMech was back then. Or at least no one used them that I was aware of. Since I started, I was there for the launch of the Necron, the Tau, and then I came back just in time for the launch of Votan, the separate launch of World Eaters, so I kind of missed the separation launches for Death Guard and Thousand Suns. And now I've been here for the separation launch of Emperor's Children. Feels pretty cool. I think I was around for the separation. Oh yeah, the last one I was there for was the separation launch of Chaos Demons. I remember that. They dropped the Chaos Demon Codex, which was like, put one unit on the field, everything else in Deep Strike. They took Chaos Demons out of the Chaos Codex. Now they're going back. We've come full circle. Good. Cool. Oh, 3 more to flat after this. What is... What makes this either rock or metal? What are you doing to me? I need to try to run some stat comparison moments. Pick units that I'll probably see a bit of in play, and then roll out bricks to see kind of like how certain things over here handle it. It'd be kind of important. Like, what does a Noise Marine squad into a Land Raider look like? That kind of stuff. Because considering the key element to Noise Marines is no cover, I mean, there's kind of benefit to it. Usually with things like vehicles, what you tend to be relying on is the fact that the vehicle is so big that usually no matter where it's getting shot from, it's going to be in cover in some way, shape, or form. So whatever the AP is on that weapon is just going to be a little bit worse. That might be enough to make it survive. But for these things to just kind of like pop up within 18 inches and be like, haha! And open fire and hose down a durable target could be good. like how these guns have like the little arm strap on them. Because whoever designed this, they had to have had one of those like flow boards for ideas, just covered in guitars and like accordions and stuff, just like all these little things, just to figure out how some of it could be held together. Interesting ways like the boxes could be approached. Because there's so much subtle detail that makes it really feel like a modern instrument. We might get the gold done today. And then honestly, we'll probably stream tomorrow. With minor details. So I don't think I'm going to get a game in tomorrow. Maybe Saturday. The goal of tomorrow would be to do things like the tassels. Just all the little components. What's this wire? There's more wire we missed. Get this shoulder pad done. Yeah, we'll have to get the tassels done. There might be some touch up for all the different hair and everything. Hell yeah. New mentions. What the hell? Phone call. Really starting to feel like it'll be a miracle to be done the gold today. I was kind of hoping to get the chrome done as well. Ugh, falling behind. It's cool, I have Fridays off. We'll be able to push beyond all limits. To the flats. miss anything? Stuff down here. I think we're done in the flats. Oh. Stage 2, from what I remember, we move over to cadmium orange. And the trick with this, so in some of the ways I've seen this used, what people will do is they'll dry brush the cadmium orange almost entirely over their working area, right? Like almost entirely over everything they've did, they would hit it with a dry brush of cadmium. But I think the approach for me is like the lows, right? Like definitely dry brush it, but the cadmium's supposed to be on like low angles, speaking of which. Record. Let's get some cadmium orange. So when you got something like this, the cadmium would go like down here in sort of a dry brush fashion. I need to clear this. I need like less pigment. So like any of the components that are kind of like low, like near the bottom. This is the bottom part of the gradient. So like fairly quick. It's a matter of not overdoing the pigment on the brush. Someone's ringing the doorbell. Hang on.
Neighbor got a package. Thought it was ours.
It was not. It's definitely a little bit faster because you're mostly just aiming for highlights. But there are a ton of units we need to do this to. these socks? It's like samples. I mean, I get that they're free songs, but like, dude. Whew. recordings. Hopefully everyone's in chat's doing alright. We're hitting a pretty serious lull for conversation as we spike up the need to get some rendering layers done. We're just at that point where I'm really hoping we can get pretty far with at least the gold. Like, that's the key thing here. If I can get the right distance on the gold, we'll feel pretty good about going into tomorrow just for the details. Cabbages. Dude, corned beef and cabbage, man. Good as hell. Well, why, thank you. We are applying the cadmium orange, which is kind of like the undershine for gold. A lot of the videos I see, usually you apply this orange as sort of like a full-blown dry brush on top of the dark brown you put down. But I like the idea of it being like a low gradient, and then the high gradient is just yellow, and then the kind of in between just ends up being whatever the brown is in the shadows. I think that tends to work pretty well. You get a belt through it. Definitely a lot faster than flatting, because you're not looking to aim to hit everything. You just need to hit some surfaces. Make it shiny. I mean, we're slowly kind of getting through them in like a machine, almost, I guess, conveyor belt fashion. So technically we still have all of them to paint, right? Because until we get to that last stroke of paint, we're just getting through them. So in total, it should be 20, 30, 32 models. Technically 31, but I'm still going to count this other model that I have here that I kind of pseudo-finished in that, because I'm not quite sure she's done yet. It was mostly just to double-check the gold. I kind of wanted to see if it still looked good as an idea. So there's probably something else on her, like a tassel or just something I need to paint that I'm not quite sure of yet. The main one that's 100% done is the leader. The leader we did kind of full standing. What you up to, Broshi? What you been doing? Fun things happening? Any cool stuff to look forward to? Ah, tearing through the Xenoblade with its Monado. That, no, it's just it's kind of like a falcon. Sort of the symbol of the Emperor's Children. Just the one. I gotta get a combat patrol. It's the next one I gotta get, along with Lucius. Maybe one cacophonist. I wasn't really looking to bust out like the 2 battle box concept. This time around, going for double battle box was not a good idea. You really did need to like work with someone else. Because technically I imagine it's like 1.5 battle boxes is good. If you and one other person... It's kind of gross still though. Because you would want to purchase a battle box for yourself and your friend purchases a battle box for themselves. You would then purchase another battle box with the intent of selling the codex and cards online. And then between you and your friend, you would split up. One each would get a Refractor Tormentor sprue, and then one each would get a Noise Marine sprue. And then I guess you like rock, paper, scissors to see who gets the extra Lord Exultant. That's all I can think of. It's just not good for doubling up. I imagine, yeah. But like, what parts? Is it parted because they purchased the whole entire box and parted every little thing about it? Or is it parted where you feel like they're just getting rid of the codexes? Because the special edition codex does look really good. So if you're planning on just getting the models and somebody maybe is like one of those weirdos who just wants to collect codexes and that's it. I guess. I guess that works. I just want all the codexes. Yeah, so they're just trying to sell the units for more than the total of the box. Probably by like a few bucks each. which isn't the worst, because, yeah, I mean, if I just want one Noise Marine, I imagine, if you consider that a box of Noise Marines is probably going to be, what, $60? They'll probably sell them to you for, like, 65 or something, or 62. They're still technically making money just because of the value. But they do need to, like, sell everything is the problem. And some of these places might be, like, local game stores. It's not a uncommon occurrence for a local game store to try to earn an extra couple bucks off of the stuff they get. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few who got their orders in for the Slaanesh box and then put them behind the counter and are just waiting for the eBay price to, like, really skyrocket. Ooh, $40? That's not bad. For 6 Noise Marines, $40. Somebody just steal a bunch of boxes? I mean, that's all I can think now. That's an amount for someone who thefted boxes. Ran out of a store with them. Getting that quick turnaround money. Sell them in individual sprues. The way there's no way to track the number back to the stolen box. Stolen. Potentially. This is like when scalping goes wrong, though, right? They just assumed it wasn't going to be that abundant. Because a lot of scalping is usually done through pre-order with bots. So you kind of just have to set parameters and it does what it does. But if it does it and then you look at it and realize, oh god, they oversaturated the market. Oof. Because they have to offload it before single boxes come out. Once single boxes come out, it's basically done. And there's weird value in holding on to boxes for a very long time. That, like, peculiar value. I think someone just started a feed on some social media site showing off, like, all the weird old boxes you could get. There was, like, the Space Marine box you could buy that had, like, 10 Space Marine squads in it. It was so crazy. I think that was when, like, the Primaris stuff got introduced. You could just full-on buy absolute giant boxer replacements for most of your Space Marines. Well, even though it's probably a good idea, I don't really want another squad of Noise Marines, just because it would pretty much guarantee that I'd also want another Rhino. And then I just gotta paint so much more. We're gonna get another squad of Tormentors out of the combat patrol, so that's fine. I think we just gave one of our buddies all the Necron out of an Indominus box, if that's the one that I'm thinking of. he wants to play higher attack for kill team. And he got the basic box, so he got like the 1 leader and some simple immortals and whatnot. And we were trying to figure out a way to get him the rest of the team for maximum shenanigans. One of our friends was like, I got Necrons. I got the big old box that no one wants. Went through it, we found some, I think we got 2 characters out of it that actually look pretty good for stand-ins for the characters you can use. Alternative Despotech. All the immortals and death marks he needs for both variations. It was a pretty good box for that to have just floating around. Oh, the terrain. I can see that. GW terrain is freaking crazy. And they cycle it out so much. At some point here, though, the third-party terrain makers are just gonna become the dominant force. Almost every tournament now is done with like MDF terrain. With the new Kill Team box, I know a lot of people are like, oh, that statue, though. I already got it. Sisters of Battle box. For their frickin' faction terrain that they had access to for a little bit. So good. No, yeah, the 3-story. That thing was cool. I hated putting that together. But still, super cool. Is that a special box? What's that? Is that full? Okay, so you're saying plasma obliterators. And now I know there's like a lot of things in this game that have similar names. Because one of the guys who runs the store near here, somebody got him, I think, for Grotmus. The Necron Titan thing. The Forge World Titan. And I looked at it. He was like, look what I got. And I read the note on it and it said obliterators. I was like, that's a big box for obliterators. I had no clue. Oh. Yeah, they're doing, with their terrain, they're doing that thing with made to order, where they put an old thing back up in stock, but you have to pay for it. And some of them have been really cool looking, to the point where my buddy and I were like, yo, we should probably get one of these. But when you go through the whole ordering process and you eventually get to the end, it's like, it'll be there in a year. I'm like, okay. Cancel, bro. Get out of here with that 1 year nonsense. No, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm at the point where if you're the kind of person who views the collection of things you have in the form of a value and cash money based on rarity, like, the idea that people put so much faith in a company to not, like, absolutely screw that over is astounding to me. Like, Magic the Gathering and all that, all the people who are like, oh, it's worth so much. I'm like, dude, in an instant, you could be ruined by a company being like, let's reprint stuff. And it's so bad. It's genuinely such a bad idea. And I see people get kind of screwed by it all the time. I don't know, it's just one of those really weird things. I remember during COVID when I was told by a few people, hey, you should invest in, like, Pokemon cards. I was like, what are you talking about? By the time they were telling me to do it, the market had already exploded. So it's like, the way you invest would have been to drop a metric ton of money on a single card. Because it's already going up. How it be. Well, I feel like the GW reprints of stuff is mostly about new collectors and trying to figure out ways to like get money from them, right? Because that's always the thing at this point. The average new collector spends everything they're going to spend within the first year of collecting, and then they're done. So the only thing you can really do is try to like reprint certain things that make them go like, ooh. Because alternatively, you have to put work in and make new stuff. Like new cool terrain. Why do that when you can just backlog? Honestly, it almost feels like you could blame video games, like the video game industry for this. Everyone in the video game industry is like, how do we make more money? Let's just re-release our old games. Now GW's out here being like, how do we make more money? Let's just re-release our old terrain. And you already have access to it. You already own the property rights. You already have the research put into how to make it. You already maybe own the molds. You might have to just rework and fix up a little bit. Just like a remake video game. Personally, like, okay, so it's not the worst to do it. What is this? Because the alternative way that they could be approaching this is reprinting them on the sly and then trying to sell them on third markets for like huge prices, right? That way they saturate the marketplace anyway, but they also try to get a ton of money out of it just in a simple push. Like they could do it that way. And at the very least, it's not as underhanded as what happened with, I believe, Magic the Gathering, where they were planning on reprinting stuff. And the guy that worked there kind of knew it, so he sold all of his old ones on the marketplace just before the announcement. Dude, that is still, in my head, that was like the skeeviest moment. It was so skeevy. Like, if that was stock market, that would immediately feel so much like insider trading. But it's a card game. No one gives a shit. I mean, it won't feel like it changes, but it is oversaturating potentially the market. And if people start seeing too many posts going up about old things that they've never seen in a while selling, it's like something's going on here. Either someone found a warehouse. Like, it just makes the trade market feel weird. Can't be too sure about what's happening. Did this one, right? Yeah.
Oh.
I wonder if GW is going to get to the point where it's a lot easier to like randomly make new things, right? I feel like that's kind of the big issue with the reprint. Is that it's not like easy to just keep making new stuff all the time. Prototyping it, getting it made for molds and whatnot. But if it eventually does become easy, maybe we'll get some more like unique releases. Because I know I got back into it a little later, but like even I've been told like the store anniversary models are usually just like a cycling one of 3 or 4, and like you'll see a lot of that stuff come back every year. Oh no, music done. Let me turn off that. Let's go with hip hop, dance electronic. I don't want to do pop because last time I did pop I got screwed over. Feels appropriate for what we're painting. I don't know if Games Workshop views collection value in their marketing strategies. kind of interesting. There's definitely reason to try to maintain market values for certain people who would collect explicitly for that. Like, there's a few people in the local store who have what I would equate to the entire shelf stock of the Games Workshop in England, like the main one, in their basement right now. Like, they just, anything that came out, they would purchase it. They wouldn't have plans to build it necessarily. They would purchase it. So they do have these, like, massive collections of, like, random sealed boxes. Like, when I was looking for Zangor Enlightened, back when they were a little bit harder to purchase before they got put back in stock, I brought it up at the store. He was like, I think I've got a few collector's boxes that have those in them. It's like, what? Okay. Like, he just had AOS collection boxes that had Zangor Enlightened in it. It's like, okay. This works, I guess.
With their nails done
I mean, nostalgia is a key point in any collector's collection, really. That's the reality of it. If no one cared about video game history as much as they do right now, retro games would be like a quarter of the prices they are. And it's bad, man. I go to video game conventions for my other YouTube work once in a while. And the amount of vendors who are like eBay pricing specialists. You'll find the most asinine games at like mid to low quality for their collecting purposes, and it's just full price. Full eBay value. It's not good. People out here really acting like they've got Little Samson tier video games. Yeah, but to have the old one, it's the same concept a little bit. To have the physical, complete thing is just so much more interesting to them. Content creators all over have inspired the concept of aiming for complete collections. Like, that's the other thing. It's like complete collection. It's not that you own a bunch of high-end GameCube games. It's that if someone were to look at your catalog, it was every game ever released. sometimes you might even aim for the true oddities and try to get your hands on some of like the unreleased titles or the prototypes that came out on disc format for like the company making it but never actually got sold. You get your hands on like one or two of those. There was even a, what was it? The thing that randomly spiked out of nowhere was demo discs. Like, we want to talk about nostalgia. That was where a lot of people were looking for a retro game market. Because a lot of people grew up not being able to buy the games that they wanted because their parents didn't really care. You know, you got the system, figure it out. So a lot of people made their way on explicitly demo discs. So there was like this whole movement where getting a complete collection of demo discs was also very big for console collecting. At some point, do you think he's going to just STL it? Or has he already done that? Get like a 3D scan of it. Just print it out on a 3D printer. Bit by bit. That's the orange. Done. We have 2 more layers before specular. Hydrate, children. Naples, yellow. Grab some glaze medium. Yeah. So we do the orange near the bottom. This Naples yellow is kind of like a mid between brown, which means I need to click the record button. This is more of a top dry brush. Also be a little understated if we need it to be. Doesn't really need to be all consuming. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, broski. Gotta get my hydration on. Boom. Now this is the baseline for it. There's another tier of brighter yellow we apply after the fact to really try to finish it out. Yeah, this is kind of just a top-down dry brushing. Pushes occasionally a bit into the gold, like the orange. This is basically just free music on YouTube. If you have a YouTube channel, you can go into the back office. And there's like a section where you can be like, I want to listen to free stuff. That's where we are right now. I moved it over to electronic and stuff like that. Because apparently we made it to the end of the metal and rock playlist, so... Oh yeah, there's good stuff in this playlist. A lot of it does feel very like you've heard it before, because it's either a attempt at sort of recreating something that's popular, or because it's like a free song that you can just use. Other people have just used it. Well, I mean, there's something to it, Broshi. Like how a lot of things are going right now. It's usually, if somebody's gonna make something, it's like there's an entire group of people behind it, kind of guiding it to be something, right? And that group is usually looking at statistics and, you know, all kinds of other things to try to maximize the potential. And it does kind of bring things to this sort of homogenous arena. definitely a part that was going to take a lot longer. I mean, you don't need it. I mean, you don't need anything, technically. But if you're freehanding on one shoulder, I mean, doing like a really nice, almost illustrated freehand of the Craft World symbol on the other shoulder, almost like calligraphy style. Not like calligraphy, what am I thinking? Like the Sumi ink style. Like that kind of almost advanced artistic calligraphy. Could be decent. it will feel off center. Like if you're doing what you're saying you're doing, and actually like full blown freehanding a serious image on one shoulder pad, if the other shoulder pad is just like a flat color, that could feel very awkward. It's hard to manage that kind of a thing. Like usually when someone freehands a really cool image on one shoulder, their plan is to freehand another on the other shoulder. All the nights I've ever seen that had free-handed murals of like fights and stuff. It's always on both shoulders. Like I said, you could do a pretty advanced freehand of the Craft World symbol. Like something that feels more like an illustration than just a symbol, right? That could be how you go. Like, it couldn't just be a symbol, and then that's it. It genuinely needs just a little extra oomph. A little more pizzazz. I have kind of always wanted to try a freehanding approach to something, like get a really big knight and do like a really cool freehand. Get some of that like paint on watercolor, medium surface type stuff, like almost a gesso. Hit one of the shoulder pads with it and just full on do like an amazing watercolor painting. Pencil sketch and all. I feel like there could be fun value in, since I do a lot of airbrushing, figuring out the process that, like, street artists do with their, with the, like, spray paint can art. gotta get like a couple interesting stencils you think will help out. Like those little the little wolf cutouts and stuff. Do a wolf howling at the moon. No, yeah. If you're doing crazy heraldry stuff. Are you doing the print transfer method? Because that was pretty cool to see. The ability to, if you have a specific kind of printer, be able to print something and then with a little bit of chemical work, transfer it from one surface to another. So cool. Oh, the inkjet. I'm starting to doubt we're gonna get to the end of the Naples part of this, let alone the gold. What time is it? Jesus. This has been a serious push all day. Still feels like we're so far away from finished. Like, I kind of want to go outside and get a walk in. Walk around the neighborhood. Because we're coming up on hour number 7 of our ridiculous push. Try to get to the end of this. In theory, we can do an even longer push tomorrow. Day off and all. I kind of want to go for a walk, take a shower. Again, the goal is to not necessarily rush this. I know I kind of want it done by tomorrow. I don't need it done by tomorrow. And I could just go and play. Like, I'm not at a tournament. This could just be me showing up with what I got and being like, let's see how this works. He's busting out the salute. Like, I didn't even get through all the tormentors. Or freaking refractors. Ugh. I try to get through them at least. There's a high chance I'm going to off-stream some of this tonight. Because, yeah, I do want to get up. I do want to walk around. Get a little workout in. I'm going full degen today with an almost 8-hour stream. I think I might want to call it at the 7. Are you trying to find art to work from? You can always try to mash some stuff up. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of different Tyranid art. And then you could probably find some decent Iandan. And then just sort of like get them to work over top of each other. Quick little mashup. Oh yeah, almost 10K. I gotta get back to video making, but like, I'm so pressed right now to try to get this stuff done that it's like not easy to think about making videos. I've learned all this stuff too about how to like properly put together shorts, because I want to get back to doing that. How to get like the pop-up frickin' closed captioning and all that people seem to enjoy. Figured it all out. Have yet to utilize it. She strike, she fade. To be clear, we'd probably already be done with this had I decided to take the path of using metallic paint. But doing non-metallic metal was kind of like a bucket list thing. I've always wanted to just like dig in and pull it off, even if it's not like flawless, right? Even if it wasn't something you'd look at and be like, oh, that just looks like freaking perfect gold. Just to achieve like a concept of it. Be able to say that I made the attempt. Word. So tormentors plus one, or refractors plus one tormentor. Before we go, there's one thing I wanted to kind of touch on. It is going to need to be pretty much done by the next time we go, or I'm not going to be able to get them finished. These blades needed another layer. Because glazing medium is cool and all, but it also doesn't really allow for like a flat to appear, and I can't really use so flat as a flat because it is a very thick paint. I've tried it before to just put it on flat, and it really dominates the details and textures. So I kind of want to just put another glaze layer down so it can dry by the time we're good to go. Because yeah, the glazing medium is very much needed to get this to work properly. Makes it just thin enough. Probably gonna need to hit that one. Maybe not though. We could probably leave it a little pink. Looks like it's picking up some of like the world lighting. Ugh. Anything I miss? No, all the backpack lining. Okay. We might have to switch to a sort of lighter brush, or a thinner brush rather, going forward. Yep. I need to move around. 7 hours, just about. Ugh. Let's get moving. Thanks for hanging out, anyone that did. Stream really does just die at 3:30, doesn't it? Doesn't really pick back up until like 7 or 8, so we chill. Till next time, probably tomorrow, guys. Later.